the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission in a cause docketed before the commission as cause number 46319, captioned as Petition of Duke Energy Indiana LLC for approval of 1, its demand-side management and energy efficiency plan for 2027 to 2029, including energy efficiency programs and demand response programs, and 2, accounting and rate-making treatment, including timely recovery of associated program costs, inclusive of lost revenues and financial incentives through Riders 66 and 74, and authority to defer costs. Notice of the time and place of this hearing was given as provided by law by publication in Marion County's Indianapolis Star on February 17th, 2026, and Hendricks County's Republican on February 19th, 2026. These are newspapers of general circulation, and these publications were made at least 10 days prior to the date of the evidentiary hearing. The proofs of publication of the notices have been received by the Commission and are now incorporated into the record of this cause by reference and placed in the official files of the Commission. Notice has also been given to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor and other interested parties. May we have appearances, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of petitioner Duke Energy Indiana LLC, please accept the appearances of Leanne Steffes and Cole Payne.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Citizens Action Coalition of Indiana, please accept the appearance of Jennifer Washburn.
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of the OUCC, excuse me, Jason Haas and Adam Cashin, representing the public.
Thank you. And then we have a number of witnesses today. Will all those who know themselves to be witnesses in this cause please stand and raise your right hand.
Your Honor, if I may speak?
Yes.
Our witnesses are waiting largely outside. We only have Ms. Dean presently in the hearing room.
Okay, understood. Well then, we'll swear the two of you in now and swear the remainder before their testimony. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Counsel Lee. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, petitioner would move to enter into the record what has been marked as Exhibit 1, the direct testimony and attachments of Amy B. Dean with corrected pages 21 and 22. Exhibit 2, the direct testimony and attachments of Nathan D. Gagnon. Exhibit 3, the direct testimony and attachments of Jean P. Williams. Exhibit 4, the direct testimony and attachment of Melissa E. Adams. Exhibit 4C, the confidential attachment 4A of Melissa E. Adams. Exhibit 5, the direct testimony and attachments of Karen M. Goda, which has since been adopted by witness Stacy R. Grusa. Exhibit 6, the rebuttal testimony of Amy B. Dean. Exhibit 7, the rebuttal testimony of Nathan D. Gagnon. Exhibit 8, the rebuttal testimony of Jean P. Williams. Exhibit 9, the rebuttal testimony of Melissa E. Adams. Exhibit 10, the rebuttal testimony of Stacey R. Grusa. Exhibit 11, the rebuttal testimony of Roger A. Flick II, and Exhibit 12, the amended petition in this cause.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing no objection, I'll show petitioners exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 4C, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, CAC would move into the record what has been marked as CAC Exhibit 1, the direct testimony and attachments of Mr. Dan Mellinger. CAC Exhibit 2, the direct testimony and attachments of Mr. Scott Reeves. And CAC Exhibit 3, the stipulation of fact in lieu of cross-examination of Duke's witnesses.
No objection, Your Honor, and petitioner waives cross-examination of CAC witnesses.
No objection, and we waive cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll show the Citizens Action Coalition's exhibits number 1, 2, and 3 admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The OUCC moves for the entry of Public Exhibit Number 1, testimony of April Peronish. Public Exhibit Number 2, testimony of John Haselton. Public Exhibit Number 3, testimony of Rupali Sanka. Public Exhibit Number 4, redacted testimony of Brittany Baker. And Public Exhibit Number 4C, confidential portions of the testimony of Brittany Baker.
No objection, Your Honor, and petitioner waives cross-examination except with respect to Ms. Sanka.
Thank you, Your Honor. CAC has no objection and waives cross. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I would also like to make a motion to file Public Exhibit Number 5, which is a comment that we received this week on this proceeding. I apologize for the lateness, but as I said, we only received it on Wednesday.
Your Honor, if I might object. Duke Energy Indiana objects to admission of this comment on grounds of relevance, authentication, and confidentiality. First, the comment is not relevant to the issues before the Commission. It does not address Duke Energy Indiana's 2027 to 2029 DSM plan, and instead largely concerns activity issues and allegations associated with a non-Duke Energy Indiana entity and programs outside of Indiana, namely Duke Energy Carolina and Duke Energy Progress. Second, the submission is not authenticated. The commenter is anonymous, identified only as the letter B, Carolina, and by the email address carolinamountains@gmail.com. Duke Energy Indiana has no record of this individual as a Duke Energy Indiana customer or Indiana resident, and the content and identifying information indicate a connection to the Carolinas rather than Indiana. Third, the comment references non-public confidential information that was not produced in this proceeding. That information was only produced to regulatory staff in the Carolinas pursuant to a confidentiality agreement in an ongoing proceeding and is not subject to any protective order issued by the Commission in this cause. And finally, the allegations in the comment are not supported by any testimony and cannot be tested or evaluated through this evidentiary process. For these reasons, Duke Energy Indiana respectfully requests that the comment not be admitted into the record.
Your Honor, if I may respond. The standard procedure for receiving comments by the OUCC is that they are submitted into the record. These comments are never authenticated. They are merely customer comments. They're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the comments. Again, it's just to supplement the public record. Much like comments received in field hearings, there's never, these customers who make comments are never asked if they are in fact customers. They are merely testifying on the matter before the Commission. Much like that, this is a comment that we received that references this matter, and we are requesting that it be included in the record as other comments are. As to the confidentiality, we are fine with filing it confidential if it is deemed to be so.
CAC has no objection. Thank you.
My concern on the confidentiality aspect is we have no testimony to support the confidentiality.
That is correct, Your Honor. So in our motion for confidential treatment in which we filed affidavits, none of the attestations cover this data, particularly as it's unrelated to the DSM plan data and the 2024 IRP, which were the subject of that motion for confidential treatment, and thus it would not be subject to any protective order or preliminary designation that the Commission has issued in this cause.
Understood. My issue is I cannot admit it even on a preliminary confidential basis without the support of sworn testimony. And so on the issues of relevance and authentication, I'll need to review the exhibit itself in camera, and I will take this motion under advisement until likely after our lunch break to give a petitioner the opportunity to secure some sort of sworn testimony authenticating the confidentiality concerns.
Your Honor, would you like a copy of the comment?
Thank you. You may. Yes, oh, please go off the record. It's not yet being admitted into evidence. Thank you. And so to the extent there's an affidavit or something, happy to consider it.
Your Honor, since we're off the record, my concern is that because it's Duke Energy Carolina information, I don't know that I have anyone here today that would be able to support that. I would need to work with the Duke Energy Carolinas team is the challenge that I'm facing.
Go back on the record. Back on the record. Counsel, where specifically is the confidential information?
Your Honor, if I may just have one moment, please.
Of course. And there are there's pagination and paragraph numbers.
Yes,
Your
appearing.
Honor, are we still streaming?
Correct. Yeah, I don't know that we need to
Okay. Just want to make,
discuss the nature of the confidentiality only.
Just the location.
Exactly.
Appearing on page 3 in 8.
The entirety of section 8.
With respect to confidentiality, namely the second bullet.
Understood.
Your Honor, if I may speak?
You may.
Duke Energy Indiana proposes to the OUCC, at least with respect to the confidentiality, of course, our authentication and relevance objections remain. However, wondering if the OUCC would agree to strike the second bullet of number 8.
We typically don't edit the comments. I mean, as I said, we're fine filing it confident. I mean, you just don't want it in the record at all, I guess.
Correct, and Your Honor, if I may continue to speak and respond. Correct, our objections remain with respect to authentication and relevance, so we do object to the inclusion of this. But if it is to be filed, we would request confidential treatment of number 8 on page 3.
Understood. Do any of the witnesses today intend to speak on this exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Hearing that, I will take this matter under advisement and issue a determination on this after our break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further from the public.
Thank you. Petitioner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Duke Energy Indiana would call to the stand Ms. Amy B. Dean. Good morning, Ms. Dean. Yes, please, for Linda's benefit, make sure that you are speaking loudly, clearly, and into the microphone. Thank you. If you would, please state your name for the record.
Amy B. Dean.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services, LLC, as Rates and Regulatory Strategy Director.
And on whose behalf are you appearing today?
Myself, on behalf of Duke Energy Indiana, LLC.
And could you please look at the documents in front of you? They should be marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 1 and Petitioner's Exhibit 6. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are those your direct testimony and rebuttal testimony respectively filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you prepare those testimonies or cause them to be prepared and filed on your behalf?
Yes, I did.
And do Exhibits 1 and 6 appear to be true and accurate copies of your direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. The witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no cross-examination given the stipulation as represented in CAC Exhibit 3. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Dean.
Good morning.
My name is Jason Haas. I'm an attorney for the OUCC. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Let's start out with, if you could please turn to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
This is where you discuss partnering with the OED to combine incentives. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the measures provided by Duke that would also be supported by OED funding?
I do not have the list of the measures that cross over between OED and Duke Energy Indiana in front of me at this time.
Has Duke been in discussions with OED to partner on combining funding or installation of program measures or incentives?
Yes, we have attempted to work with them in order to forge a partnership. At this point, the OED is continuing forward on their own without the utility involvement.
So you have talked with them?
Yes.
I guess you said OED is continuing without the involvement, so there's not been an agreement reached on that yet?
This started a couple years ago when, when the funding was initially received. We did have some initial meetings with OED and really hoped that it would be a very collaborative process. And we haven't spoken with the OED in several months regarding their programs.
Does Duke plan to continue discussing this with OED?
We are definitely open to that collaboration. We provided them some information about our programs, and they have continued on without continuing to discuss it with us.
Starting on line 15 on that page, you say where the company provides incentives that are also supported by OED funding, these savings should not be categorically excluded simply because an additional funding source is involved. Is that correct? I skipped over a little bit, but.
Yes.
So I'm wondering how, if Duke and OED are both providing funding for certain program or incentives, how the mechanics of that would work. Has that been one of the issues that you discussed with OED? Or has that been resolved or not?
To my knowledge, it hasn't been resolved necessarily. I'm not the primary contact within Duke that deals with the OED. I've just been made aware of those conversations. However, as I mentioned in my rebuttal on that subsequent page, it would be similar to if a customer is participating in OED programs, that they may also be participating in company-administered programs and receiving company-funded incentives. So it'd be similar to if someone went to a store and purchased something that had a rebate, we wouldn't know if they had another a rebate or some other offer that they were also taking advantage of.
But with OED, presumably if you're partnering with them, you would know if there's a customer that's receiving some kind of funding from both Duke and OED.
If we were partnering on the program, yes, I believe that could be a potential that we would be made aware of that.
So how would the evaluation, measurement, and verification be done for these potentially jointly delivered programs?
I am not an EM&V expert, so I'm not aware of how that would occur.
So I guess my concern, the OUCC's concern, is how Duke would take account for the savings portion that is funded solely by ratepayers. Do you understand that concern?
No, could you restate the question, please?
If a customer was receiving assistance from both OED funding and from the Duke program, the Duke plan, how would the savings be calculated for both of those funding sources? How would you be able to allocate a portion of the savings solely to the ratepayer-funded portion?
Again, as not the EM&V expert in this proceeding, I'm not sure that I would be able to address that at this time.
So at this point, you wouldn't know how to avoid double counting or over counting of Duke-sponsored portion of the program, if this did occur?
If a Duke Energy Indiana customer was participating in one of our programs, then the savings attributed to that, I believe, would be counting. And again, as I mentioned in my testimony at the bottom of page 10, that those savings should not be categorically excluded simply because an additional funding source is involved.
Let's move on to the federal poverty guidelines, where you, thank you. Page 12. The bottom of page 12, continuing on from there. Does the use of 200% of the federal poverty guideline income qualification by state and federal weatherization programs require Duke to use the same level for the income qualified program?
For our income qualified weatherization program, we partner directly with the Indiana Housing and Community Development Authority. So really, the rules as part of that is, as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, is not a company-created standard. We're utilizing it through IHCDA.
But is it a requirement that Duke follow that 200% level of federal poverty guidelines for its income qualified program?
Specific to the weatherization program is where we are utilizing that through the IHCDA. So you would have to ask IHCDA if that would be a requirement on their end. We are just partnering with them on that program.
But is it a requirement for Duke to use that?
Again, it's not a Duke standard. We are just following with IHCDA.
Is there a statute or rule that requires Duke to use 200% of the federal poverty guidelines for this program?
I am not aware of one.
Does Duke have the discretion to set the guideline for its own programs?
Again, this program is in partnership with another agency, so I don't believe I can speak to what IHCDA would be willing or not willing to accommodate for the program.
Do you know if the commission has the discretion to set the federal poverty guideline level?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. If you could turn to your direct testimony. Attachment 1B. Starting at the bottom of that page.
Which page? I'm sorry.
Page 1 of attachment 1B.
I'm there.
This describes the income qualified program, income qualified neighborhood program, and states, while the goal is to serve neighborhoods where the majority of residents are income qualified, this program is available to all Duke Energy Indiana customers in the defined neighborhood. Is that correct?
The program that we were discussing previous to this was there's two different income qualified programs that we have. So we were just previously discussing income qualified weatherization, and now this is specific to our income qualified neighborhood program. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that now this is, even though they're both income qualified, they are two separate offerings by the company.
Thank you for that qualification. But my question is, up to 49% of the customers could be above the poverty guidelines in that neighborhood, but they would still be available, they would still be able to utilize this program?
As I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony on page 13, where I'm talking about that minimum requirement, what we're seeing in those neighborhoods, specifically on line 15, I referenced that most recent neighborhoods served under the program have had income qualified participation rates exceeding 70%. and also that this eligibility approach supports the efficient delivery of energy-efficient upgrades at a neighborhood scale.
So even in your example, 30% of the residences are above the federal poverty guidelines, but would still be able to utilize the program.
Typically in these neighborhoods, they're high energy intensity users, and so we are still achieving quite a bit of savings by weatherizing homes that are within that same neighborhood.
But the homes that are above the guideline would still be able to utilize the program. Is that correct?
If they were in that same neighborhood, and again, the neighborhoods that are being chosen are to help to keep the costs down as it relates to the program implementation, and we found by using that neighborhood approach that we're able to help a large number of customers through that process.
On page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss the appliance replacement program.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
Are you there? I'm
Is there a
sorry.
question?
I want to make sure you're
Oh, yes, I'm there.
Okay. Starting on line 10, you discuss through the low-income collaborative stakeholder process, Duke Energy Indiana was encouraged to develop appliance replacement measures, and those changes were approved through the Oversight Board, of which the OUCC is a member. Are you aware that the OUCC did not support this measure?
I do not recall that, no. I do know that they participated in all of those low-income collaborative meetings, and obviously they are also a participant within our oversight board.
At the bottom of page 15 and onto page 16 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss Duke's shareholder funding for the income qualified program. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And on page 16, line 4, you state that the company donated $200,000 in shareholder funding, which IHCDA leveraged into $2 million that was used for health and safety measures statewide. Is that correct?
Yes, the company has contributed a significant amount of funding in order to assist with our income qualified programs.
Was this $200,000 used for appliance replacement?
The $200,000 referenced here was related to health and safety measures, so no, it would not have funded appliance replacement.
Is there any shareholder funding that is used for appliance replacement?
No, at this time, the company has not used shareholder funding for appliance replacement, to my knowledge. Unless it would be through other avenues, like through our foundation, that type of thing, but nothing directly through our energy efficiency and DSM plans.
Moving on, do landlords currently contribute to energy efficiency improvements? Page 14 of your rebuttal.
Yes, as I mentioned in my rebuttal, that the renters are responsible for the utilities in the home typically that they're renting. However, typically the landlords aren't required to contribute on that.
Do landlords receive a benefit from the energy efficiency improvements?
I would say that the primary and immediate benefit, as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, would be to help the renter through that improved energy efficiency and reduced utility bills. However, you you could argue that the landlord would also benefit from that as well.
I mean, landlords could advertise their rentals as being energy efficient or having new appliances, for example.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
That would be a question, yes. Do you believe that landlords could be able to do that?
I've not rented a home, so I'm not sure what landlords do or don't do when they would advertise for rentals.
You don't think they would gain an advantage through having those benefits to their properties?
As I stated in my rebuttal testimony, starting on line 11, that the landlord is required to affirmatively agree to not raise rent or displace the renter as a result of these upgrades prior to implementing property upgrades.
But having energy-efficient properties would enhance the value of the property as far as making sure they were rented. Do you believe that could be the case?
I can't
Object-
speculate.
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for speculation. I also believe it's been asked and answered, and that Ms. Dean has indicated that she's not a landlord and cannot speak to a landlord's thoughts.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you believe that landlords should make a contribution to the improvements?
I'm not sure that I have an opinion on that. Really, the focus of this program is to help our income-qualified customers, and I believe through the renters that are at question here really is just a small subset of this program overall. I don't have those statistics in front of me, but I believe that the intention of the program is still being met to assist customers as far as improving energy efficiency and reducing utility bills.
And I'm not disputing that the current customers do receive a benefit, but if landlords also receive a benefit, you don't have an opinion on whether or not they should contribute?
No, I think if we find that this, especially through the IHCDA program, that this is an area worthy of participation in the program, then that's outside of the scope of my job of what I look at directly.
If you could please turn to page 22 of your rebuttal testimony. Starting on line 3, you talk about the reduction in projected savings in this program relative to the projected savings in the IRP. Is that correct?
I think I just want to make sure we're clear that we're talking more broadly now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, what was the question again?
Well, starting on line 3, page 22 of your rebuttal testimony, you talk about the reduction in projected savings of this program relative to the projected savings in the IRP. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referencing when you say this program.
Line 3 talks about the reduction in projected savings.
Yes, again, I just want to make sure it's not just one program.
Yes,
that
I'm sorry, the plan.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry, make sure to be specific on that. So the reduction in projected savings discusses the reduction in this plan relative to the projected savings in the IRP.
I would agree that that's what I'm discussing in this Q&A.
And you say that this is evidence-based adjustments reflecting known implementation headwinds, and you give several examples here. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, if I may interrupt for a moment, I just was told that Ms. Williams is in the room right now. If we can, I would like to request that the witnesses do be sequestered during cross-examination.
No objection, Your Honor, but I would mention OUCC witness is present, Ms. Sanka.
We only have one witness that's under cross-examination. Are you suggesting she be sequestered from all cross-examination?
Let's take the OUCC's request first. Is the OUCC requesting sequestration of all
yes.
witnesses or simply the Duke witnesses?
Well, I was requesting sequestration of the Duke witnesses.
Okay. And there is no objection from Duke?
No objection, Your Honor. We just wanted her ready and available once Ms. Dean concluded, but she's happy to wait outside.
Understood. Yes, ma'am, if you would step outside, I'll grant the motion for sequestration of Duke witnesses. Are there any other motions regarding sequestration?
Yeah, we would move, Your Honor, to sequester the OUCC witnesses as well.
Is there a response from the OUCC?
I'm not aware if witnesses from other parties need to be sequestered. But I guess we would be fine with that as well.
No objection.
No.
I'll grant that motion then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Sanka, if you could also step outside. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Going back to page 22 of your testimony.
My rebuttal testimony?
Rebuttal testimony, yes. You discussed several examples of implementation headwinds, starting on line 5 there. In your testimony, where is this shown?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Well, adjustments were made to the projected savings from the IRP to arrive at the projected savings in this plan. Can you show me where those adjustments were made?
The adjustments are reflected in the new numbers that are filed as part of the plan.
But for example, you talk about supply chain constraints, contractor availability, customer adoption limits, inflationary pressures, and program maturity effects. How did those headwinds change your projected savings? Do you have work papers to support those adjustments?
As I've mentioned in my testimony, that is part of what the program management team does as far as evaluating what would be placed in a budget for the plan. So I don't have a work paper that would show specifically by these items what we believe that would impact the plan.
So is there any way for the commission to verify and replicate the adjustments that were made to the revised savings?
As I discussed in my rebuttal testimony on page 25, the NPS, which would be what then would have been pulled into the IRP, that is prepared by an independent third party. So then taking that data, then really that, like I mentioned on line 11, that does not incorporate all of the program-specific delivery level considerations that the company must account for.
So could the commission verify and replicate the adjustments?
I believe that when looking at some of our historical achievement, then there would not be a spreadsheet that would be completed, but you'd be able to tell that what is in the budget is in line with what is achievable in the current Duke Energy Indiana footprint within the market.
But there's nothing, there are no calculations that show the specific adjustments due to supply chain constraints, for example.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that Ms. Adams this has been asked and answered, and that is being rephrased.
I'm just trying to clarify the position on this.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Now, allow the witness to answer the question.
As I've mentioned, I don't have a spreadsheet that would show this, but I think it does correlate with past performance, which is a big indicator of how future DSM plan goals and savings are set.
You state on page 23 of your rebuttal that the IRP would still have selected the DSM EE plan because the cost per kilowatt hour was lower. Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
As the overall the portfolio witness, I do touch into areas of the IRP and introduce them. However, Mr. Gagnon is largely the IRP witness. For this comparison, it was just a very high level, taking the total cost divided by KWH. I do not have a work paper that supported that.
Wouldn't the fact that there is less savings overall have affected the selection in the IRP?
The question that I was responding to in this is that the reduced savings level still remains aligned with the IRP. And so that's what I'm responding to in this Q&A, is that basically, even though that savings is lower, it still would be selected by the IRP.
So it's your opinion that even though there is less savings available, that would not have adjusted the selection in the IRP?
Again, I can't really speculate on what the IRP would or wouldn't do, as Mr. Gagnon is the IRP expert and the witness in this proceeding. I was just trying to, it obviously can be a very complicated process. I was just trying to offer a very simplistic a viewpoint of that in that Q&A.
So I'm sorry, but you're not able to answer the question? That because there was less savings that would or would not have affected the selection in the IRP?
I believe I've somewhat answered that by saying that, like on line 12, where I say that those DSM resources would have been selected under the 2024 IRP.
But I'm asking specifically about the fact that there was less savings available and whether or not that would have been affected the selection in the IRP. Are you able to have an opinion on that?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered, and she has indicated several times that Mr. Gagnon, whom she refers to directly in her testimony on this specific page, would be better able to address that issue.
Your Honor, this is in her testimony as to the DSM resources included in the DSM EE plan would have been selected. So I'm trying to get clarification on that statement.
Going to overrule the objection. Answer.
I believe that the DSM plan would have still been selected under the 2024 IRP, yes.
On page 25 of your rebuttal testimony, starting on line 5, you state program managers used their achievable savings and budgets, used their experience in the Indiana market to develop a DSM EE plan that reflects reasonably achievable savings and budgets during the 2027 to 2029 plan period. This isn't arbitrary judgment like you mentioned on page 22, is it?
I'm not sure. I would not say, I did not mention the word arbitrary. I said it was
page-
not, does not stem from arbitrary.
Right, so this reflects, as you say, the program manager's experience in the market. In this, on this issue, do you have any support or work papers to show how the judgment affected the development of the plan? Or is this included under those issues listed on page 22?
I would say ultimately the results of the judgment applied can be referenced all throughout. We have many different program managers that administer each of the different programs. And so as part of my attachment 1B, you will see each program detailed out along with the KWH savings and budgets that are attributed for each of those programs.
So your reference on page 22 is, I guess, general to the overall changes made, the adjustment from the IRP savings?
Again, since I'm not one of the program managers, I don't perform the calculations I'm referencing here or this aspect. However, it would all be reflected in those program description documents.
Do you think that a 30% change is consistent with the original results?
As I discuss in my testimony on page 20, my rebuttal testimony, that, and I think that this starts to go into, again, Mr. Gagnon's arena, since this is IRP focused, but really we believe that the commission has recognized that because the IRP and DSM-EE plans are developed at different times, and as such, differences reflecting updated information and implementation realities are expected.
So, as an analogy, if you plan with a builder to build a 2,000 square foot home and the builder gives you 1,400 square feet, but they had a lot of reasons for doing so, you think that would be consistent with the original plan?
I don't know that, having not been in that situation, I think consistency really is different, probably depending on the situation.
On page 23 of your rebuttal, line 1, you argue against requiring a full IRP rerun. However, didn't Ms. Peronish merely suggest rerunning the IRP with the reduced savings adjustment included?
Again, as not being the witness related to the IRP and what it requires. However, we did specifically address Ms. Peronish's statement. As she mentioned, a DSM-EE portion of the IRP, and my understanding is that that is not how that process works.
Do you know how that process works?
Again, I'm not the IRP witness, so I just know generalities. I guess it would depend on exactly what aspect, but I don't purport to be an IRP expert, nor am I the IRP witness in this proceeding.
But you do argue against requiring a full IRP rerun.
Largely, my discussion in this portion of my testimony is referencing to Mr. Gagnon's testimony, and again, as the holistic witness for the case, basically introducing largely what he's discussing in his testimony.
So you're not aware why Duke didn't rerun the IRP model with the proposed reduced savings, with all in other inputs being the same?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that this has been asked and answered, and Ms. Adams has testified as to what she knows too with respect to that not being a workable solution.
Your Honor, this is part of her testimony. I am just trying to clarify whether or not she's aware of why this wasn't done.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow her to answer.
I know that I did reference this in my rebuttal testimony. Let me find that here. I think I would again go back to page 20 where I talk about differences in the fact that the IRP and the DSME plans are completed at different times. So it really is just a function of timing of when things are completed, and to go back, and we are already starting to prepare for our next IRP, which would be filed in 2027. So we don't, like I discussed on page 21, it really is a long-term capacity expansion model over multiple decades. So it involves more than just this DSMEE portion.
So as far as you're aware, there is no evidence that Duke has provided that the IRP would have selected any of the proposed EE programs, or I'm sorry, this plan?
As I mentioned in my testimony, by the fact that it does meet that KWH cost threshold, that is really what the IRP is attempting to mimic, right? Is that it's looking at all of the supply side resources next to each other. And so by that is telling us that the IRP would be selecting that energy efficiency because it is a cost-effective program for the company to be offering.
On page 23 of your rebuttal, starting on line 16, you state consistency does not require identicality. How can the commission determine if it is consistent with the IRP, or consistent with the IRP without the underlying information to determine the changes?
Can you restate the question?
The commission can't determine why the changes were made because you don't have work papers on that, correct?
I did explicitly explain why those changes were made.
I understand, but there's nothing, no calculations you can point to, no spreadsheet. Is that correct?
We do provide information regarding the changes as it relates to the IRA and also the home energy report, the EMV that has been adjusted. We have all of the information for that we shared with the parties as part of this case.
But the information listed on page 22, starting on line 5, supply chain constraints, contractor availability, all of those examples, there's no worksheets that say those factors influenced the adjustments in a certain way.
Objection, Your Honor. This was a question that Mr. Haas has already asked this witness in a previous line of testimony, and it has already been asked and answered.
So then I'm just trying to clarify that there's no work paper on this. I mean, that's a yes or no question. And so I would appreciate a yes or no answer, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule this objection with the recognition that we're approaching the end of this line of questioning.
I would argue that we do provide all of that because we have the numbers that are shown in the IRP, and then we have the numbers that are included as part of the EE and DSM plan. So the difference between those, a portion of it are the IRA and the HER discussion we've already seen in testimony, and then the remainder is the remainder of the constraints and the issues that have been addressed in testimony.
So you're saying for those, the IRA and the HER portion, you do have work papers, but for the others, you do not? Again, Your Honor, I'm just asking for a yes or no on this.
As I mentioned in my testimony, starting on line 4 there, it's evidence-based judgments. That doesn't mean it's a spreadsheet showing that 12 people might not purchase it because of a supply side constraint. It's a management judgment as far as what would be realistic and based on many years of program experience by those program managers.
Your Honor, I would like to object as non-responsive. Like I said, I just want a yes or no, and I'm not getting that.
Your Honor, my response would be that sometimes an answer cannot be, a yes or no answer does not always work because there are a lot of factors at play, and I feel like Ms. Dean has done a really excellent job of pointing to the areas in her testimony where that information can be found and explaining, and I am sensing that Mr. Haas wants Ms. Dean to make his point for him.
Let me try and rephrase, Your Honor.
Do that.
For these examples here, is there anything that quantifies what the adjustments were due to each of these headwinds?
Again, I would not have something that would show by each separate item, but I would indicate that the result of that would be reflected in all of the program numbers, which is showing that relation and the fact that Duke Energy Indiana has been doing energy efficiency programs for over 30 years. And so the numbers that are reflected in here show what we believe to be a true and accurate representation of what would be able to see in the market. However, as I mentioned in my direct testimony, our oversight board is allowed to approve additional spend for us if we see additional opportunities in the market, and we do agree that we would go that route should there be additional opportunities in the market.
But there's no quantification of the judgment that was used to make these adjustments.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered repeatedly. Ms. Dean has explained her position, and I am sensing that Mr. Haas doesn't like the answer.
I am going to sustain this objection on the basis that the witness has repeatedly answered the questions of the OUCC without referencing the spreadsheet.
I'll
Mr. Haas is
move
looking
on,
for.
Your Honor. Let's turn to your direct testimony. Page 11.
I'm there.
Okay, starting on line 3. You state that the company has taken into account a variety of challenges, and the plan represents reasonably achievable budgets for 2027 to 2029. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And here you say, what is the likelihood, or the question is, what is the likelihood of Duke, Indiana achieving its goals? And you state that Duke believes its goals set forth in the plan maintain an appropriate balance between being aggressive but still achievable. Correct?
That is how I've worded it in my direct testimony, yes.
Also on page 27 of your direct testimony, you propose revised performance incentives with more tiers of achievement levels and reducing the bottom threshold from 75% to 60%. Is that correct?
That would be on page 28 of my direct testimony, that's correct.
Yes, the table is on page 28. Why was it necessary to create an additional incentive tier below what Duke currently has if the plan that you developed, if you believe that the plan you developed is achievable?
As I mentioned in my direct testimony on page 27, that slight modification is to account for changing market conditions from the shared savings performance incentive mechanism that it currently operates its portfolio under.
Even though on page 11, you state that this is an appropriate balance between being aggressive but still achievable.
At this point in time, it is still a forecast, and the company can't be aware of every situation that we might encounter in the future.
If the variable market conditions you cite have been addressed in the revised targets, why is it also necessary to lower the threshold?
The financial incentive piece is one that's further discussed by another witness in this proceeding, but again, really just to modify to account for those market conditions.
Which other witness describes this?
I believe that Ms. Adams also touches on some incentives, although I can't know the full knowledge of her knowledge on that topic.
Turning to, let's see, page 29, starting at line 11, you discussed Duke's request to maintain the 20% discretionary funding cap. Do you see that?
On my direct testimony, yes.
And this references 20% of approved program costs. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct, although I don't know that I mentioned that exact language in my testimony.
Do you know how much this amount would be? 20% of the approved program costs?
I don't know that number offhand now.
On page 19 of your direct testimony, you have a table that includes the 2027 to 2029 programs. Would the 20% be 20% of that total number there?
This is a 3-year number, but as part of that overspend, that it requires that that would be cost-effective spending, and also that it be approved by the OSB.
When you say cost-effective spending, what exactly do you mean by that?
That it would pass cost-effectiveness testing for the state that we outline in our proceeding.
Sorry, going back to the amount, I recognize that this amount is a 3-year total, but would for the 3 years, the 20% be 20% of that amount, the 196 million?
I believe that would be the cap of that number over those 3 years, yes.
So 20% of 196 is a little bit below 40 million. Would you estimate that to be correct?
I'm hesitant to do math on the stand, but
I understand. We can work out the math later, that's fine. So when Duke uses these discretionary dollars for cost-effective plans, does Duke increase the level of savings for any program that those dollars are applied to?
I believe this is also something that I've discussed in my rebuttal testimony. On page 32 of my rebuttal testimony, I addressed that. And as part of that, I'm saying that the savings targets are established as part of the approved portfolio, and any future adjustments are considered holistically through commission review and the OSB process.
So does the level of savings increase if additional dollars are put into the program?
I think that would be handled on a case-by-case basis. I believe there have been times where it has. However, generally, I believe that those have been approved, maintaining the existing savings level.
So would those additional dollars help Duke to reach its initial savings goals?
Additional funding can help. However, we're not always aware of the measure mix of what's going to be accepted in the market, and sometimes customers are choosing measures that may be more costly to the company than others. So as I mentioned in my rebuttal, that really that flexibility helps to preserve the accountability, but avoiding unintended consequences from automatic target adjustments.
Do the additional savings due to the discretionary funding help Duke to achieve its performance incentive goals?
Theoretically, if we're able to achieve additional savings, then that would increase our likelihood to achieve that performance incentive. However, as I mentioned, that's not always the case.
So, excuse me, in situations where it is the case, would the performance incentive be based on the increased amount? Excuse me.
Ms. Adams is the one that actually calculates all of the numbers that relate into my testimony and throughout the portfolio. However, that is my understanding.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Of course, we'll go off the record. I will also note we are about 13 minutes away from our planned break.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
We'll go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you very much.
No redirect, Your Honor.
I believe we have some questions from the commission.
Thank you. Ms. Dean, my name is Commissioner Bob Dyke, and I think it's the first time I met you today, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. I've got a few questions for you. In your rebuttal testimony on page 4, I'm just going to read it, what it says. As I explained in my direct testimony, the DSM-EE programs play an important role in supporting long-term affordability for customers. So my question for you is, how can you remain engaged with the CAC as a valued stakeholder, incorporate their input into DSM programs, although they are not a voting member on the Oversight Board?
On multiple occasions, we've had separate meetings with CAC and their consultants, and we really value their input, and they've been an integral part of our Oversight Board, and so we don't believe that their participation and their engagement has been diminished because of that. Again, as we truly do take their feedback into account and meet with them anytime they have new thoughts or ideas on how we might administer our programs better or have any changes that they would want us to make.
So if they were a voting member, would it affect the procedures or the processes for your board?
I think that the board would still function largely the same as it does today. As I discussed in my direct testimony, it has been found to be a functioning and well-organized board to this point.
Okay, thank you. According to the OUCC's data request, it's 1.04, there are 35 measures that do not pass the utility cost test, the UCT. How do the program plan measures that scored less than 0.5 on the UCT contribute to plan affordability?
So really within our programs, there do wind up being a few measures on occasion that don't pass cost effectiveness, and what our position has been in the past is that really it helps to holistically round out those measures. And for the customer perspective, if they are installing one of those measures, then they're going to benefit by lowering their electricity consumption with having a more efficient piece of equipment or whatever the case may be. So the customer would directly benefit from installing whatever measure that we would be offering.
Okay, according to your rebuttal testimony on page 6, lines 6 through 15, you state the residential Smart Saver program includes heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and heat pump, water heater measures that have not passed the effectiveness testing since 2024 to 2026. How does your company actively manage the cost effectiveness of each Smart Saver residential program, and how is it beneficial to continue to offer these programs?
Which line were you referring to?
It was page 6, line 6 through 15,
Is that in my
rebuttal.
page 6? Okay, when I'm talking about reliability, and I don't see that on my, but I can still speak to that
Yes, please do.
generally. Really, all of our measures, we're continually trying to get better pricing, say, from manufacturers of things, to make sure that any measure that would be below a cost-effective level, that we can, the thought is always that we can bring it higher to make it more cost-effective. Sometimes there's customer preferences that they may want a certain type of equipment that may fall generally below. So we're trying to, and a lot of this, we're able to negotiate across our other utilities as well to get better pricing. And so really the goal is to always make those cost-effective as we move forward. Did I answer the question?
Sort of.
Sorry, you could say it again.
So over the past 6 years, Duke has consistently fallen short of your goals. Are you aware of that?
At a portfolio level, I am aware of that. However, there have been programs within each of those years that have met and exceeded the total. So a couple of those years that we would have had some COVID impacts, so there's been various things going on over the years, but yes, in total, I am aware of that.
So are you confident that you can reach these goals that you have now?
I'm not the one administering any of these programs, so I have to rely on our program management. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a forecast. So at where we sit today, that's what they believe that can be achieved. I can't predict what would happen in the future to know how that might impact what they're able to do in the market, or even programs that we may have success in other jurisdictions. Sometimes that doesn't always translate to interest in Indiana. We really try, though.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony today. You were
Thank you.
excused. Let's go off the record.
Thank you.
Great. Quick 10-minute break. Good with everyone? Perfect.
Thanks.
Oh, yes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I would ask that the witness be asked when she is excused, but before she leaves, not to discuss her testimony with other witnesses.
I think that's all fine. Let me go back on the record to say that. Ma'am, if you could refrain from discussing your testimony with the other witnesses, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are back on the record.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to ask you to reconsider the sequestration of all the witnesses. If the purpose of the rule is so that witnesses for a specific party do not influence each other, then that wouldn't apply to Ms. Sanka because she's the only witness for the OUCC that would be under cross-examination. So I would ask if that could be reconsidered for Ms. Sanka.
Thank you, Your Honor. My response would be that Ms. Sanka's cross-examination may be influenced by the testimony of Duke witnesses that she hears. And I believe that it is typical under the Indiana Rules of Evidence that at a party's request, the court must order witnesses excluded so that they cannot hear other witnesses' testimony.
Any response?
No response, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to maintain the sequestration of witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for, before we get back into examination of petitioner's witnesses, I have decided to sustain the objections to the proffered Exhibit 5. The basis, I don't know who sent this email. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Much better, thank you. On the basis of likelihood to confuse the issues, I don't know who sent this email or why we should consider it. So I'm not going to admit what was offered as Exhibit 5 from the OECC.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, a petitioner would call to the stand Ms. Jean Williams. And Your Honor, Ms. Williams will need to be read her oath.
Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. If you would, please state your name for the record.
Jean P. Williams.
Oh, yes, and please speak loudly and clearly into the microphone, and at the conclusion of your testimony, please do not discuss any testimony you've given here today with any other witness in this cause. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Duke Energy. I am the manager of evaluation, measurement, and verification for Duke Energy.
I would pull it just a little bit closer if you
Okay.
uncomfortably close. Thank you. And are you appearing today on behalf of Duke Energy Indiana in this proceeding?
I am.
If you would please take a look in front of you as what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 2 and Petitioner's Exhibit 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Please let me rephrase. Petitioner's Exhibit number 3 and Petitioner's Exhibit number 8. Do you see those?
I do.
Are those your direct testimony and rebuttal testimony respectively filed in this cause?
They are.
Did you prepare those testimonies or cause them to be prepared and filed on your behalf?
I did.
And do these exhibits appear to be true and accurate copies of your direct and rebuttal testimony as filed?
Yes.
The witness is tendered for cross-examination.
CAC has no cross-examination due to the stipulation, but it's nice to see you, Ms. Williams.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. My name is Jason Haas. I'm an attorney for the OUCC. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Let's start with discussing the EM&V timing. Do you know when the most recent EM&V report was filed?
I don't have those resources at hand, so I cannot answer that question.
Does June of 2025 sound appropriate?
We file annual evaluations in our annual compliance filing. All EM&V reports that had been completed since the prior annual compliance filing would have been included in that annual compliance filing.
Is it correct to say that this EMV report, or any EMV report, would cover a variety of individual programs?
Can you point me to, within my testimony, which question or which report this pertains to?
Hold on one second. So on page 4, you talk about the EMV review process operated in a manner consistent with the structure reviewed by the commission in cause 45803.
That is correct.
So that is correct, that EMV reports cover a variety of individual programs?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if the EMV report covers every individual program?
On an annual basis?
Yes.
No. However, the most recently completed evaluation reports are included in that evaluation, in that annual compliance filing. And all previously evaluated reports do have those impacts updated.
For the most recent report, do you know the program years covered in that report?
And which report are you referring to?
Most recent EMV report.
The most recent annual compliance filing would have included a mix of completed evaluation reports.
Do the years 2020 to 2023 sound appropriate?
It sounds like the evaluation periods that would have been included for evaluation reports that had been recently completed and included in the annual compliance filing.
So there are up to 5 years elapsed between the program performance, like 2020, and the EMV report, which came out in 2025.
The evaluation, the rigor that we include for our evaluations can include consumption analyses where it requires a period of 12 months of pre-participation, 12 months of post-participation, if it is a consumption analysis. And there can be a span between when the evaluation period, that evaluation period that's being studied, and when the report is completed. However, a report could be completed, say, in, as an example, November of 2024, but would have then been included in the compliance filing in 2025. However, I do want to add that as soon as the report is presented to the OSB, and then we receive approval, the impacts are then applied retrospectively and prospectively with those new impacts.
So when Duke was developing this plan for the 2027 to 2029 years, it was using data as far back or even further back than 2020?
I cannot answer that. I was not involved with the filing, assumptions.
Okay. Do you know if there's any program that is evaluated every year?
At this time, we do not have a program that is evaluated every year. And the reason for that is to ensure cost effectiveness and to keep evaluation costs down.
So it's correct that there will be several years between EM&V reports for each of the programs?
The report impacts are applied retrospectively and prospectively. So there's, due to the rigor, we apply it retrospectively and prospectively.
So, but is it correct to say that there are several years between EM&V reports for each of the programs?
There can be several years between evaluation reports. However, when we have a report and it has been recently completed, those impacts are immediately applied retrospectively and prospectively, and those impacts are used for program planning purposes until that next evaluation, until the next evaluation period is studied.
So would Duke know, so there could be periods of several years where the actual results of programs wildly diverge from projected results, and we wouldn't know because of the lag between the EM&V reports?
Every time that an evaluation is completed, for lost revenue purposes, those impacts are trued up to the period of the month following the last report. Therefore, there is not a lag because the updated impacts are always captured.
But that's only for lost revenues. Is there a delay? Would the delay in EM&V reports harm ratepayers by delaying results so that Duke can identify successful and unsuccessful programs and shift funding accordingly?
I cannot answer that. That is, I am not involved with the shifting of funds.
Does Duke retrospectively recalculate incentives?
I cannot answer that. That is not within my purview.
Because of the delay in EM&V reports, isn't there also a lag in using data to inform future plans? Could you restate the question, please? Because there would be a period of several years between EM&V reports for a particular program, there's also a lag in using those results to inform future plans.
The rigor that we use within our evaluation reports and our evaluations are rigorous and are used to validate and verify the most accurate savings that are, to measure the goals in savings that we had projected. They are used prospectively to, again, capture and prospect future savings.
But isn't there also lost opportunity costs here? For example, if Duke doesn't know about the success of a program and doesn't shift funding to this program, wouldn't ratepayers forego increased savings and Duke fails to realize lost revenues?
That is beyond my purview.
What information is available to stakeholders for programs in years where there is no EM&V report filed?
When there is no EM&V report filed, let me rephrase that. There are annual compliance filings that reflect the most recently completed evaluation reports. The evaluations for which there has not been an evaluation completed in that year, the most rigorous and accurate impacts are reflected in as part of that program.
But if there aren't EM&V reports for every program each year, what is the information that is provided in years where you don't have the EM&V report for that program?
I cannot answer that. That is not within my purview.
Doesn't the absence of annual reporting for individual programs limit visibility into recent program performance?
No, I do not feel that that limits the visibility. The recently completed reports that we do complete are rigorous, they are independent, and they are used for prospective and retrospective application.
But for programs where an EM&V report is not filed in that year, you don't have visibility into recent program performance, correct?
I am not familiar with the filings. I am familiar with the EM&V practices.
Do you know how long it typically takes to complete an impact evaluation?
That depends upon the methodology that is used for an impact evaluation.
Isn't it true that there could be as many as 3 years between as many as 2 3-year DSM plans before EM&V results are received?
I am not involved with developing the portfolio filings. So can you rephrase that question?
The cadence of the EM&V results are such that there could be up to 6 years before EM&V results for a particular program are received.
I first want to add that in Cause 45803, the Commission did review our EM&V framework and considered it adequate and effective. And can you rephrase that question again?
Isn't it true that there could be as many as 6 years before EM&V results are received for a particular program?
That is not correct. We have, even with consumption analyses, we do require the 12 months of pre-participation, the 12 months of post-participation. However, the post-participation period, let me rephrase that. The pre-participation period is kicked off at the time when the evaluation activities begin. And it does not take 6 years.
So what is your understanding of the maximum time between EM&V reports for a particular program?
I don't have the resources at hand, so I cannot tell you the exact span.
If EM&V reports are received 3 years after a program is completed, Isn't the company either petitioning for a new DSM plan by the time the EM&V reports can be used to adjust programs with those results?
Once a report is reviewed and approved by the OSB, those impacts are then applied retrospectively and prospectively.
Are you aware that other utilities typically file EM&V reports annually for all of their programs?
I am not aware of it. I can speak to how Duke Energy conducts our EM&V.
And you're aware of the commission rule 4-8-4B that requires a utility to submit annually information, data, and results from the utility's EM&V activities.
Yes, I am familiar with that, and that is within the annual compliance filing, and we include those recently completed reports on the Duke Energy website.
And isn't it correct that your direct testimony on page 14 indicates that Duke will not file annual EM&V reports for each of its programs? Page 14, the answer starting on line 8.
Can you rephrase that question?
I'm just asking to confirm that Duke will not file annual EM&V reports for each of its programs.
There is a misunderstanding in terms of my response here. This response indicates that the costs of an evaluation are straddling 2 years. In case there are any evaluation costs that can be included in 1 year may overlap into another year.
Let's turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 3. The question up at the top of the page, starting in line 2. Has the OSB had the opportunity to directly engage with the company's EM&V vendors? And you answer yes. However, you followed up by saying the company has engaged directly with the EM&V vendor. So can OSB members contact EM&V vendors directly?
EM&V can facilitate any technical questions when we have recently completed reports. The OSB and the OUCC is always free to ask for an evaluator to provide more insight into a recently completed evaluation.
But that request goes through Duke.
That is correct, and yes, that is correct.
So is it also correct to say that, as you state on page 3, that your role of intermediary and Duke acting as the access point avoids unnecessary cost and procedural complexity?
That is true. Within EM&V, we operate on a milestone basis for each of our evaluations. Any additional support through our evaluators is an incremental cost that would potentially impact the cost effectiveness of our programs and jeopardize the ability to provide those programs to our customers.
Who acts as intermediary? Is it you?
I am the manager of the group. Therefore, that answer is yes.
So in your role as intermediary, you and Duke control the information to and from the vendor?
As part of maintaining that transparency between Duke Energy and the OSB and the OUCC, on a quarterly basis, we provide an update of the status timing for various evaluations, including those evaluations that are getting ready to kick off. We, in our testimony, we include the methodologies. When we have recently completed evaluation reports, we present those to the OSB and the OUCC and welcome any questions at that time. We are committed to maintaining that transparency.
But questions and answers flow through you and Duke?
If the OSB and the OUCC has any questions related to any upcoming evaluations or recently completed evaluations, we are open to having the dialogue between the evaluator and the OUCC.
Also on page 3, it states that you facilitate appropriate access when needed. Do you decide when access is needed?
I would say that the OUCC and the OSB decide when a recently completed evaluation is presented, or upon my reporting of current and future activities. If the OUCC and OSB has a question, then that a specific evaluator can have some dialogues with EM&V facilitating it. Because, again, as I had mentioned, there are incremental costs for the evaluators above and beyond the scope of the evaluations.
Are you aware that the plans for other utilities allow stakeholders to have direct access with the EM&V vendors without the utility acting as an intermediary?
As I had mentioned before, I am familiar with how Duke Energy conducts our EM&V. I am not familiar with how other utilities operate their EM&V.
You don't examine other programs to see best practices?
I do not, no. That is the reason that we hire our evaluators.
You state on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony that Duke uses 3 EM&V vendors across 15 of its programs. Are these EM&V vendors also used for other Duke affiliates?
They are used for other jurisdictions.
Is the stakeholder access the same for all the other jurisdictions where all stakeholders have to request access through Duke?
It is.
And Duke negotiated these contracts with the EM&V vendors, correct?
We did.
Were you involved in the negotiations?
Yes, I was.
So in these negotiations, Duke specifically did not negotiate the ability of stakeholders to contact the vendors. Is that correct?
Within the scope of the evaluations, that is correct. There are times when an evaluator is called after an evaluation has been completed, and there are some technical questions. The evaluator can get involved, and there is an incremental cost associated with that support.
On page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, starting on line 3, are you there?
I am.
You discuss approval of the SBES report and indicated no concerns were raised requiring additional meetings with the EM&V vendor. Do you believe that the OUCC or OSB members are required to present concerns if they want to litigate them later?
There were no questions brought up at the time of this report presentation. And EM&V would have been happy to have had the evaluator talk with the OUCC along with EM&V facilitating that to have to basically determine what the questions are and to have facilitated that discussion.
But is it correct that the OUCC and other stakeholders are not precluded from raising any issues at the commission, regardless of whether it was discussed at the OSB level?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that this calls for a legal conclusion and speculation as to what other parties may or may not do with respect to litigation.
Do you believe that the OUCC is precluded from raising issues later if it doesn't discuss them at the OSB level?
It would have been much more beneficial to have received questions at the time of the evaluation presentation.
Let's turn to page 6 of your direct testimony. You state on line 10 that there are no cross-subsidization concerns. Is that correct?
At this time, I do not recall my thought process with that cross-subsidization concern.
Are you aware that all classes pay for DR programs?
I am not aware of that. That is, I am not within rates. That is beyond my purview.
All right, well, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Let's go off the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
We're back on the record.
All right, thank you. I've placed before you what has been labeled as OUCC CX1, and that is the most recent scorecard submitted by Duke Energy in cause 45803. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
If you look on page 4, attachment A, page 4, and I apologize for the small font here, but there are 3 demand response programs. Under the Duke Portfolio Residential, the bottom one is Power Manager, and under Duke Portfolio Non-Residential, there's Power Manager for Business and Savings on Demand. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the first set of columns is titled Customer Incentives. And the second column shows Program YTD, year to date. For Power Manager Residential, it's approximately 1.5 million, while for the non-residential, it's approximately 9.7 million for those 2 programs. Do you see that?
I do.
Since the DR programs are paid for by all classes, isn't it correct that the non-residential classes are receiving considerably more incentives than the residential customers?
I am not involved with reporting the information in the customer incentives section.
Are you familiar with the results of the DSM or the DR programs in Indiana?
I am familiar with the impacts on a per measure basis.
So, okay, turning to page 1 then.
Of the same
Yes,
exhibit?
attachment A, page 1. Again, we have the Power Manager for under residential and the Power Manager for business and savings on demand under non-residential. And if you go to the last 2 columns, talks about percent of authorized annual goal and percent of adjusted authorized annual goal. The Power Manager for residential was at 108%, while Power Manager for business was 22%, and savings on demand was at 68%. Do you see those?
I do.
Those represent the scorecard results for those programs. Is that correct?
I am not involved with calculating these values.
But based on the numbers here, isn't it correct that the non-residential program achievement levels were much lower than the residential?
I cannot answer that. I was not involved with the reporting of these values.
Your Honor, I would move for the entry of OUCC CX1.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. One last question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Might I admit this into the record?
Oh, yes.
I'll show Publix Exhibit CX1 admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just wondering how you can't discuss cross-subsidization when it is included in your testimony.
As I had mentioned, at the time of this testimony, I do not recollect my thought process regarding that.
Do you want to strike that from your testimony then?
Jason, were you asking me the question?
Well, well, really the witness. I mean, it is her testimony, and at this point, she doesn't recollect why it's included. Perhaps to make her testimony more accurate.
Ms. Williams, would you please take a moment to review that portion of your testimony? It is page 6, where you're discussing the guidance of the cost effectiveness tests. Does that refresh your memory?
Okay, let me review it really very quickly.
Is there a motion, or is this a question?
It is a question to the witness.
Ms. Williams, please let us know when you're ready.
Okay. The no cross-subsidization concern would mean that the non-participants are not being subsidized by the participants.
One moment, Your Honor, sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a redirect?
One question, Your Honor. Ms. Williams, are you aware of any OUCC requests for additional vendor information or access since the last plan was filed?
No, I'm not aware. There have been no additional requests.
Thank you. No further questions.
There are questions from the commission.
Thanks, Ms. Williams. It's the first day I met you as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if the OSB has discussed a trade-off between the alleged rigor and more timely EMV reporting?
They have not mentioned that in any of our quarterly meetings or any of the presentations of recently completed evaluation reports.
Okay. I'll represent to you that other utilities complete EMV reporting on an annual basis. Have you evaluated the relative benefits to for the ratepayers between Duke's current EMV reporting and an annual reporting cadence?
We have a very rigorous EMV process, and the time that it takes can go beyond 1 year. Because it is not an annual basis, does not negate the fact that the rigor and the accuracy that we have within our evaluations provides both the retrospective and the prospective most accurate savings that come out of our evaluation reports.
Okay. What about the benefits on an annual basis? Have you evaluated those?
I have discussed that with the evaluators. Because of our cadence, any additional annual reporting would be incremental and potentially impact the cost effectiveness of our programs. I have briefly broached that subject with evaluators.
And I'll represent to you that there has been a recent FERC finding involving fraudulent, unsupported energy efficiency claims. What specific fraud prevention measures has Duke incorporated into this proposed DSM plan to protect ratepayers?
I was not involved with the details of the plan to that level. I can say from an evaluation perspective, we have the list of participants, have the contact information, and many of our evaluations reach out to the customers directly. But in terms of fraud within the plan, I cannot answer that. I was not involved with that development of the plan to that level.
Okay, that's fair. I have one more question for you. It regards your testimony. It's your direct testimony, Ms. Williams, on page 7, line 22. The total DSM and E plan does not pass the RIM. And on page 7, line 3, generally programs that target energy savings without sufficient peak savings tend to fail the RIM or the non-participant test. Could you please discuss the insufficient peak savings that caused the total DSM EE plan to fail?
Could you please restate that question?
Yes. Generally, the programs that target energy savings without sufficient peak savings tend to fail the RIM test or the non-participant test. Could you please discuss the insufficient peak savings that has caused the total DSM and EE plan to fail?
I was not involved with the calculation of the RIM test. Therefore, I cannot answer that.
Okay, on page 7, I believe you cited that the DSM EE plan has failed the RIM test. Is that correct? I think it was page 7, line 3.
I see that now.
Okay. Is that a true statement?
That would be a true statement based on the test scores that were calculated and reported to me. I was not involved with the calculation of the tests themselves.
Okay, so could you please discuss the insufficient peak savings that you referenced on page 3?
Can you indicate which line number?
I'm sorry, it was page 7, line 3. Sorry about that.
In terms of the cost effectiveness tests, I'm not involved with the calculation, with the calculations associated with the tests. I am reporting out the results of the tests, but I was not involved with the calculation of the tests.
I might ask one question.
Okay?
What is sufficient peak savings? At a high level.
Peak savings are those savings that are achieved during what's considered the peak periods when energy and demand is at its highest.
And sufficient peak savings for purposes of an energy savings plan?
I don't know whether that I can say that there is a threshold for what sufficient may be.
Understood. I have no further questions. And thank you for your testimony today. You're excused. We'll go off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, petitioner will call to the stand Ms. Melissa Adams.
Ms. Adams, thank you for joining us. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ms. Adams, if you would, please state your name for the record.
Melissa Adams,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy, and as the Director of Analytics.
Uncomfortably close. And you are appearing today on behalf of Duke Energy Indiana, is that correct?
Correct.
If you would please look in front of you. You should have what has been marked as petitioner's exhibits 4, 4C, and Exhibit 9. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are those your direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this cause?
Yes.
Did you prepare those testimonies or cause them to be filed on your behalf?
Yes.
And do these appear to be true and accurate copies of your direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. No cross from me. Nice to meet you, Ms. Adams.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have some questions. Thank you. Good morning, or afternoon, Ms. Adams. My name is Adam Cashin. I'm an attorney with the OUCC. It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
If you could first turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 2, lines 8 through 9, please. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay. You state that the projected lifetime lost revenues shown in attachment 4B of your testimony do not include any assumption of a rate case during the 2027 to 2029 timeframe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony postdates the passage of House Enrolled Act 1002. Is that correct? Subject to check, I'll say.
My testimony does refer to HEA 1002.
That's correct. You refer to it later down in the testimony, right? Okay. And part of HEA 1002 is a requirement that Duke file a rate case at the end of this year. Is that correct?
Duke will be filing a rate case sometime later this year.
Right, between November 15th and December 15th, 2026, correct?
I don't know the exact dates.
Subject to check, that is what the statute says. So again, you did not include an assumption of a rate case between 2027 and 2029, and yet the newly passed statute required the filing of such a rate case well within that time frame. Is that correct?
Duke does not include a rate case as part of attachment 4B because the exact details of that rate case are not yet known. Once that rate case has been filed, we would include that rate case adjustment within our exhibits.
Is your testimony that you could not have included an assumption of a rate case within that time frame?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, it sounds like your testimony is that you need specifics from the rate case filing to include in your calculations. Is that what you're saying?
I would need some details related to the rate case to provide accurate calculations.
How long does it take the company to prepare a rate case filing?
I'm not involved in the rate cases, so I do not know for sure.
On the same page, page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 16 through 20, you state, the difference would be collected beginning on the rate case effective date and continuing through the life of the measure or the effective date of new base rates in the next general base rate case, whichever occurs sooner. You see that?
Yes.
With the passage of House Enrolled Act 1002, the company is required to file a rate case every 3 years. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the exact terms of HEA 1002, but I believe approximately every 3 years is in the right ballpark.
In what scenario would the company continue to recover lost revenues beyond 3 years, given the necessity of filing a rate case every 3 years?
The reference here is the difference of the projection used in the test period versus the actual participation that happens within that test period. Generally, a rate case would assume all participation occurs on day one of the test period, when in reality it occurs throughout that entire period, kind of rolling in, if you will, through that time period. The difference here is what would be collected beyond that test period. So really just, again, the difference in what would not be collected in the recovery of fixed costs through the test period.
And when you file a base rate case, your fixed costs are increased, right? I mean, you analyze the fixed costs that you use to measure lost revenues, don't you? I mean, fixed costs you calculate lost revenues using fixed costs, is that right? At least a component.
I'll say I'm not familiar with how we derive the rates that are used for the lost revenue calculation or the rate case itself. Those are provided to me from another team.
Okay. You mentioned forecasted test years, and I think it's been the practice of the utilities, including Duke, to use a forecasted test year in a base rate case. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you would, part of the forecasted test year would include the savings attributable to DSM and energy efficiency programs, correct?
Again, I'm going to say I'm not deeply knowledgeable about how the rate cases are constructed.
Okay. I'll direct you to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 9 through 12. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I see it.
You testify, limiting lost revenues to anything other than the life of the measure or until the lower sales level is included in base rates is a subjective cap on lost revenues that is inconsistent with both the purpose of lost revenue recovery and the Commission's and the Indiana Court of Appeals prior decisions. Is that your testimony still?
Yes.
Okay. Just to back up a second, you in the parenthetical here, you state that the lower sales level is included in base rates. The underlying assumption is that the lower sales level is included in the forecasted test year to derive the base rates. Is that correct?
My understanding is that, and again, I'm not an expert on rate case development. I believe the energy efficiency participation up to what they know through actuals is what would be included in a rate case. I don't know to what extent the forecast includes or does not include.
Okay, you state that the lower sales level is included in base rates coming from a base rate case, correct?
Right.
Okay. I guess I also want to note that you mentioned this is the cap, a 3-year cap, would be inconsistent with prior commission decisions and prior Indiana Court of Appeals decisions. You see that as well?
Yes.
Do either the Indiana Court of Appeals decisions or the commission's prior decisions account for the recent passage of HEA 1002?
I think those decisions would have been made prior to that passage.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. I'm going to point you to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 17 through 20, where you address HEA 1002.
Okay.
Is it your testimony that the passage of House Enrolled Act 1002 has no effect on whether the company should recover lost revenue for the life of the measure or until base rates are effective, new base rates are effective?
I don't think it has significant bearing. HEA 1002 places a functional limitation on the recovery of lost revenue simply in the way that it's mandating the cadence of rate cases. The purpose of lost revenue is to recover those fixed costs that would not be recovered as part of a rate case. And so if we have, I'm sorry, not as part of a rate case, the recovery of fixed cost due to participation in our programs that result in lower sales. So if you put an arbitrary limit on lost revenue recovery and the timing of the next rate case related to HEA 1002 or any other mandate warrants a different timing of the next rate case, you are potentially leaving a gap in the recovery of the fixed cost.
When you file a base rate case, don't you address the recovery of fixed costs through increased base rates?
Yes, you would.
Then why would you need to recover lost revenue through a lost revenue adjustment if you're recovering the actual fixed costs through base rates?
Because between rate cases, participation in our program reduces that level of energy sales and leaves a gap in that fixed cost recovery, which is the purpose of lost revenues.
Sure, and that's why the OUCC recommended a 3-year cap. Is that fair?
If the timing of the rate case was not every 3 years, or if the timing fluctuated within that 3 years, you could still have a gap in the recovery of fixed cost.
And per HEA 1002, there won't be a fluctuation or timing gap like you just indicated there could be, correct?
There could be, under the current assumptions, a gap in the fixed cost.
And would that gap,
Fixed cost recovery. Yep, sorry. Yes.
thank you, and that gap would be during the pendency of the rate case filing between the rate case petition and the effective date of new rates. Is that right?
I think the point here is not necessarily that 1002 is forcing a rate case every 3 years, but more the concept that lost revenues should be making the company whole and recovering the fixed costs that would be otherwise unrecovered due to participation in these programs. And if HEA 1002 were to go away or some other legislation replace that, then an arbitrary 3-year limitation on lost revenues would not meet the need of the definition of lost revenues.
Do you have any indication that HEA 1002 is going to be repealed within the next 3 years, during the pendency of your current plan here, 27 to 29?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation related to legislation. I think Ms. Williams was speaking to generally that legislation can
Please
change at
limit
any
the
point.
substance.
Sorry.
Please limit your objection to the legal basis. Do you have a response?
Yeah, Your Honor, she's inserting a condition in the answer, and I'm asking what she thinks the possibility of that condition is. I'm conversing here. I mean, I'm happy to withdraw the question, I suppose. It is not.
I'm going to overrule the objection as I understood it. You asked whether she knew.
Thank you. You want me to ask the question again, or do you remember?
No, I remember. I mean, I did not have any indication whether HEA 1002 would be implemented as it is today, nor do I know what the future holds for it.
I'll remind you that, subject to check, HEA 1002 was signed into law prior to your filing of this rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm saying historically.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the financial incentive, the shareholder financial incentive for Duke based on, I think it's net present value of the net benefit, the net present value of based on the UCT. It's a little convoluted. Might be misstating that, but let me ask, when Duke creates its DSM savings targets, Duke derives those targets itself without input from stakeholders. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the impacts that are included in the plan?
Yeah, I'm referring. You say we want to spend this much money to achieve this level of savings. Do stakeholders have any input on choosing that level of savings?
By stakeholders, who would you refer?
The OUCC, CAC, I believe Kroger or some other large commercial entity sits on the OSB for Duke. Any of those participants?
I would say stakeholders don't have a direct influence. However, as part of the OSB meetings and cadence, we do hear feedback from stakeholders on interest in new programs or where focus might be, where the interest might lie from these stakeholders.
Okay, but just to clarify, you said that stakeholders are not helping the company directly choose what the level of savings should be, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And Duke proposes a financial incentive structure that begins with an incentive payment to Duke starting at the 60% mark. Is that what the company is proposing?
That is what the company is proposing.
In other words, upon meeting only 60% of its savings target, Duke would receive an incentive payment under its proposal, provided that the program that achieves that 60% mark is found to be cost effective, correct?
That's correct.
And a 60% tier, incentive tier, is a lower level at which the company would earn its first incentive amount than the commission approved in cause number 45803. Is that right?
This new structure does propose a lower incentive level and at a lower achievement level, recognizing the headwinds that certain programs have faced recently.
If you hire me to build a house and I only build 60% of that house, albeit at a cost-effective manner, am I entitled to a 4% bonus on that 60% completion?
I don't think that's really a comparable analogy. In this case, we're looking to achieve as much energy efficiency as possible in a cost-effective manner. And even a 60% achievement would be beneficial to both the company and the customers, for all stakeholders, because it would potentially defer supply-side resource investments.
Sure. We'll get to the supply-side resource investments in a bit. I'm happy to take the benefits that come from 60%. I'm happy to change the analogy, actually. So let's say you hire me to build a house, and I'm only able to complete one room, be it cost-effectively, and I still get to enjoy the benefits of that room, correct? Is that fair? Every little bit counts, right? Isn't that your point?
Yes, I mean, every little bit counts, but again, with a house, I mean, it would depend on what room, right?
I'm not sure my analogy goes that far, but I appreciate the creativity. Should I earn a bonus just because I'm able to build a cost-effective component of a house, even if I get to enjoy the benefits of that one component?
Again, I don't feel like this is a comparable analogy. The company is looking for incentive to do as much energy efficiency as possible. This is a much lower incentive rate than if we were to achieve 100%. And we recognize that there have been challenges in certain programs, certain industries that have made achieving certain targets more difficult.
Duke's ratepayers are paying Duke the money to run these programs, correct?
Correct.
And the risk to Duke is that it doesn't earn a return on ratepayers' money. Is that right?
I wouldn't say there's a risk of not earning a return. It's more that the company is looking to achieve that next level of savings and looking to push toward that next tier. And this would provide an incentive to continue working toward that for programs that have had more challenging constraints placed upon them.
But this isn't Duke's investment, correct? This is not a supply-side resource. This is not Duke's money that it's earning a return on for its own risk that it assumes, correct?
Duke is investing in these programs.
And it's compensated through its ratepayers with a potential financial return based on cost effectiveness, correct?
Yes.
The risk is comparably lower in these programs than it is in supply-side resources, correct?
Not being an expert on supply-side resources, I guess it would, maybe depend on the resource, but if you're talking about a large power plant, yes, this would be potentially lower risk.
Thank you. On that same topic, I'm going to direct you to your rebuttal testimony, page 7, lines 2 to 3, and let me know when you're there, please.
Yes.
Okay. You state that incentivizing any level of DSM achievement is arguably still more affordable than adding supply-side resources. Do you see that? Has Duke specifically chosen to administer a demand-side program or plan in place of building a supply-side resource or buying a supply-side resource?
I cannot confirm or deny that. I'm not sure.
Are you aware of any instance in which an Indiana utility, perhaps another Duke affiliate utility, has not built a supply-side resource due to that utility's energy efficiency programs?
Again, I could not confirm or deny that. I'm not sure.
Okay. I want to talk a bit about the incentive tiers real quick. Duke adjusted its incentive tiers such that it begins receiving a financial incentive at the 60% savings achievement threshold. We discussed that earlier, do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not in the room, however, subject to check, Ms. Dean stated earlier that this modification to the financial incentive tiers was due to changing market conditions, and this is in her testimony as well, if you'd like to double check. Are you aware of that reasoning?
Yes,
You'd actually mentioned it yourself. You said headwinds earlier affected the
correct.
reduction in savings threshold. Okay. And Duke also reduced the savings targets for this plan in comparison to the IRP inputs. Are you aware of that?
There were differences between the IRP and the plan due to updates in the in some of the assumptions.
Is it your testimony that market conditions and those assumptions that you just mentioned have changed in a way that justifies your request to make it easier for Duke to earn a financial incentive?
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. Is it your testimony that the market conditions that both you and Ms. Dean mentioned justify the company's request to make it easier for Duke to earn a financial incentive? And by easier, I mean a reduction from 75% to 60%.
The market conditions have led to certain programs struggling to achieve certain tiers, and this would address providing some incentive possibly to those who, you know, meet the 60 to 75% threshold.
Is that a yes? Do you agree that those changing market conditions justify the reduction in savings threshold at which the company earns a financial incentive?
I do think that the changing market conditions does warrant a look at the incentive levels. And again, the company is looking to achieve as much savings as possible within the programs that it offers and recognizing those market conditions.
Just one more question on this. The market conditions and the assumptions that Duke's management used to adjust the savings levels from the IRP values, those being the reasons for the reduction to make it easier to achieve, to incentivize the higher achievement. Is that your testimony? Sorry, let me back up. You say market conditions and other further analysis following the IRP led to the reduction in the incentive level, correct?
The the difference between the IRP and the plan does not necessarily have bearing on the incentive level structure. It's, the plan is setting our proposed goals, right, for achievement. How we're incentivized toward those is independent of how those plan values are established.
You're saying that the difference in savings values that appear between the IRP and the plan has no bearing on the reasons for the change in incentive structure?
The difference in the IRP and the plan is not necessarily driven by the market conditions. It's more driven by things that we now know, such as, you know, changes in how IRA would be implemented, updated EM&V results. We do factor in, you know, actual program performance in our projections, but it's not establishing the incentive, like it's not directly establishing the incentive tier. They're two different things.
I'll point you to your rebuttal testimony on page 6, line 19, lines 19 through 20, onto the next page. You say, or you testify, the proposed incentive at these lower tiers recognizes the uncertainty in the market and appropriately reflects both the performance risk due to market conditions as well as the intent to incentivize the maximum achievement possible. You stated this earlier, but it kind of seems like you're backing away, so I'm just trying to clarify, I think.
Yeah, I'm not backing away from that statement. I do agree that the uncertainty in the market is driving our proposed incentive structure, but that's a separate topic in my mind from how we've come from the IRP numbers to the DSM plan numbers.
One of the inputs to the IRP is the market potential study, correct?
Correct.
Which analyzes what the market will bear as far as participation, correct?
Correct.
The MPS values, the market potential study results, it seems like those assumptions are not the same anymore. I mean, I think I'm asking why you don't think the change in market has anything to do with the IRP values. It seems like it's all connected, right?
I think more what I'm saying is that the incentive structure is not really tied to how we define the incentive structure is not is a separate topic from how the savings goals are derived.
Shouldn't a reduction in savings goals between the IRP and the plan itself make it easier to hit your goals?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Again, because what was put into the IRP was based on a specific point in time with assumptions that were known at that moment. Conditions have changed now. IRA dollars are being implemented differently than what was assumed at the time of the market potential study and the IRP. More recent EM&V has come in that has adjusted the impacts. So for the same level of participation that was potentially assumed in the market potential study, we could be claiming different impacts now because of EM&V results. And so it's not that we're looking for an easy way out. It's the impacts have changed based on more recent information.
But that more recent information is precisely why you reduced the savings amount, isn't it?
To provide a more realistic number.
Which makes it easier to reach, correct? In comparison to the old number, it's based on the new conditions, based on your understanding of what has happened since the IRP. you've changed the savings value precisely because it's more realistic, but by more realistic, you mean more achievable, correct?
It's more realistic because it's more accurate today.
And you combined that with a reduction in the tiers, the incentive tiers, correct?
The reduction in the tiers is not necessarily tied to M&V results. It's, as I stated in testimony, the reduction in tiers is more to recognize that uncertainty in the market for programs that have had stronger headwinds.
Okay, Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a few redirect questions. Ms. Adams, Mr. Cashin asked you about whether Duke did or did not build supply-side resources because of DSM. Is a driver of DSM to avoid building power plants or to build smaller power plants than a utility might otherwise?
Yes, it is.
Is it cheaper to invest in DSM than supply-side?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I believe we have one question from the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. It's nice meeting you today. I haven't met you
Nice to
before.
meet you as well.
Yes. I would have a quick question for you. If the savings goals are reduced because of market conditions, why should the achievement thresholds also be reduced because of market conditions?
The achievement goals, the level of achievement is set based on both the market potential study and our what we knew at the time of the IRP. The differences that were showing up in the plan now are reflecting changes, not just, I guess when I speak of market conditions, I'm thinking of, you know, labor shortages or inflation or maybe materials that are needed for implementing some of these programs. When I think about the difference in the IRP versus the plan levels of impacts that we're proposing, it's not really those market conditions, it's more what do we know today as far as big topics like the IRA dollars being implemented differently or more recent EM&V results that have been realized since the IRP. So it's assuming, for example, with EM&V, a same level of participation that would have been included in the IRP, but just knowing that we have different savings levels today with that. So that's not a market condition necessarily, it's more up-to-date impact results.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. You're excused. We'll remind you not to speak with the other witnesses. We'll go off the record.
Your Honor, may take a 5-minute break? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We'll take a quick 5-minute recess off the record. are back on the record. Counsel?
Your Honor, I believe the witness needs sworn in.
Oh, thank you. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Stacy R. Grusa.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Indiana as Director, Rates and Regulatory Planning.
And are you appearing on behalf of Duke Energy Indiana today?
Yes, I am.
Would you please take a look at Petitioner's Exhibit 5 in front of you? Is that the direct testimony of Karen Goda filed in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And you've adopted that testimony as your own.
Yes, I have.
Would you please take a look at Petitioner's Exhibit 10? And is that a copy of your rebuttal testimony filed in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared and filed Exhibit 10 in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you prepare and cause to be filed Exhibit 10, your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is Exhibit 5 a true and accurate copy of the testimony you have adopted?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit 10 a true and accurate copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the witness is tendered for cross-examination.
No questions from CAC. Thank you.
We do have some questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Grusa, my name is Adam Cashin. I'm an attorney with the OUCC. I don't think we've met. It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'll first direct you to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 1 through 4, and let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
And do you happen to have a copy of your rebuttal work paper with you?
I do not.
Your Honor, may we go off the record?
You may. Let's go off the record.
Thank you.
Well, it will be, maybe, if we're ready to go back on the record. Yes, as yet a proffered exhibit. In case such a distinction is relevant.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go back on the record? All right, back on the record.
All right. Ms. Grusa, now you have a copy of page 2 of your rebuttal work paper in front of you now, is that correct?
I do.
And in your rebuttal work paper supporting your calculation of that charge, you selected August 2025 as the date for which you included all riders other than Rider 74. Is that correct? This actually isn't on that work paper, it's on another page, but do you recall that inclusion?
Honestly, I don't specifically.
Okay. Well, subject to check, that is included on page 1, I believe, of your work paper. Actually, page 3, I think. So you show that all riders, excluding Rider 74, which is demand response, when combined, resulted in a credit in August of 2025. Again, I know you don't have that in front of you, but subject to check, does that sound correct?
Without being able to see that document, it's really hard for me to respond.
Okay. Your testimony on page 14, lines 1 through 4, is that the OUCC's allocation methodology results in a charge, correct? Not a credit.
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, and your calculation to get to that part of your testimony includes, as a part of that calculation, you included the values of all other Duke riders and trackers. Do you recall that when you did the calculation?
Sorry, I'm trying to recall what that page 3 looked like. believe it was similar in nature to the attachment 5B, KMG, page 2 of 2, that was attached to my direct testimony.
Okay. So again, subject to check, you included the values of all of the other trackers as of August 2025, and that result, all of those other components of a bill added were cumulatively a credit, correct?
It would have matched, yes, it would have matched the all other riders, excluding rider 66, I'm not so certain recall what that one said. Probably excluded rider 74 as of August 31st, 2025, which would have been the time in which this case was initially filed, or the most current information at the time this case was filed.
Okay. When you calculate a total bill for any utility customer, but in your case for Duke, is it always the case that all trackers and other rate adjustment mechanisms result in a credit to the bill?
No, a rider could have a credit or a charge, so that total could be different.
Correct. So choosing August of 2025, it's just a snapshot in time. It's not ad infinitum, correct?
Yeah, we're projecting rates here. We're not setting a rate, specific rate for recovery.
Okay. The next questions actually are relevant to the document in front of you, so I'll direct you back to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony and lines 1 through 4, where you discuss the 2024 reconciliation variance. And let me know when you see that, please.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. On page 2 of your rebuttal work paper, which you do have in front of you, you calculated the projected load control revenue requirements for the year 2027. Is that correct? That's what this work paper is doing, correct?
This specific work paper is not. I mean, this specific work paper is doing a comparison of the OUC's proposal to what the company is proposing, or not proposing, but projecting in this case.
Fair. Do you present the revenue requirement on line 10 of the revenue requirement column?
Your Honor, if I may interject for just a moment, not objecting to the line of questioning, I believe this exhibit was to be proffered into evidence, and we're asking questions about facts not yet in evidence. If we could, I know that's procedural, but take care of that, please, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you have an exhibit to?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to move move for the admission of what has been marked as OUCC cross-examination exhibit number 2. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing no objection, I'll admit public's cross-examination exhibit number 2 into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Payne. Ms. Grusa, the number on line 10 here of the revenue requirement column is the projected load control revenue requirement for the year 2027. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And on line 9 of the same column, you include the 2024 reconciliation over collection amount of $18.1 million approximately. Do you see that?
Yes, that was the most current reconciliation at the time of the filing. That's correct.
And you got that from Duke's DSM-2 reconciliation filing last year, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, there's a footnote here
Yep.
to verify. You said it's the most recent number you have. Do you expect that credit number to be the same in the DSM-3 filing under the prior plan cause number?
When you're determining a projected revenue requirement, is in the case that we're doing here for rates in 2027, we are using those 2027 program costs related to its DSM, and then we adjust for the most current reconciliation. So that would have been 2024. 2025 reconciliation has not been calculated yet.
Correct, and you're right, we haven't seen the DSM-3 reconciliation filing, right?
That's why it's a projection.
Right, and you say a projection, but it's not really a projection if it's just the number from the last filing, right?
No, I disagree with that. It is a projection based on the most current information we have at the time. When rates get set for 2027, it's going to include program costs, but it's also going to include the component of the reconciliation. It'll just be the 2025 reconciliation, which we don't have available yet.
I think my first question was, do you expect the 2025 reconciliation value, the actual value, not the projection, do you expect it to be close to this number? Is this a fair projection is really my question.
I think it's a fair projection because it's the most current projection available. I don't know what that projection, we have not calculated 2025 reconciliation yet.
So your testimony is that it's a fair projection because this is the one from 2024, correct?
No, it's a fair projection because it's the most current information we have available that we can project for rates, as that is a part of the component for rates in 2027.
Is there any explanation in your testimony that explains why there isn't perhaps a more accurate estimate of what that credit will be?
This is an accurate representation. Again, until we actually calculate that, we won't know what that is for sure. That is a filing that will take place this year.
I think my question is, did you describe it as a projection in your testimony?
I described the 2027 rates as a projected rate, yes.
Okay. If you could turn to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, please.
I'm there.
And as an initial matter, are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And on page 8, line 13, you state that you are not offering a legal opinion. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then you go on over multiple pages offering your reading of various statutes and commission rules. Do you recall that?
Yes, I believe I'm stating that I am providing the plain language reading of the statutes as an expert witness, yes.
I did note that you described it as the plain reading, and I think in at least one place you described the purpose of these statutes and how they are meant to be read together. Isn't that going a little beyond the plain reading of the statutes?
No, I don't believe so. Although I'm not an attorney, I am an expert witness with over 22 years of regulatory experience. So I've read through and interpreted statutes many times.
Are you offering a substantive legal opinion here?
As I indicated, I'm not offering a legal opinion.
I'm going to direct you to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 6 through 14. Please let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
You discuss the purpose of 170 IAC 480.5 subsection A. And in that rule, it states, the purpose of this rule is to, 1, provide the requirements for a utility's energy efficiency plan and requests for recovery as set forth in Indiana Code Section 8.1, 8.510, and it goes on. We can look at that and read, correct? Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm quoting specifically from the Indiana Administrative Code.
Okay. And then on page 10, line 13, you point to 170 IAC 485A, which provides that the commission, quote, may approve recovery of reasonable demand response program costs. Do you see that?
I do.
The word may is different in legal meaning from the word shall. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not an attorney, but yes, I would interpret that to be different terms.
The first being, shall is imperative, correct?
I would agree with that.
And the word may is permissive, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any component of the statutes that you reference and discuss that requires the commission to approve demand response programs or cost recovery for those programs?
There's no requirement, but as I have stated in the first several pages of my testimony, the commission has approved demand response.
Is there any component of the statutes that you cite and discuss that requires the commission to approve lost revenue recovery for demand response programs?
Could you point me to my testimony where I discuss lost revenue recovery?
You discuss demand response programs and their associated costs, right? You reference Section 10, Indiana Code 8.1, and you have bolded other recoveries or incentives approved by the commission for the proposition that program costs for demand response programs can be recovered. You recall that? This is page 9 of your rebuttal testimony.
Could you repeat the question?
Is there any component of the statutes you cite that requires the commission to approve lost revenue recovery for demand response programs?
I don't discuss lost revenue as part of demand response in this page 9 of my testimony.
I understand you don't discuss lost revenue in particular. You do discuss the recovery of the program costs related to demand response programs, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And part of the cost recovery Duke is requesting for demand response programs is lost revenue for the Power Manager for Business program, correct?
I don't cover lost revenues as part of my testimony. I reiterate how Duke is proposing to recover lost revenues, but that is not my responsibility in part of my responsibilities or the scope of my testimony.
I mean, just to be clear, you did include lost revenues as a component of calculating the revenue requirement on the rebuttal work paper that is in front of you. That is a part of this document.
As provided by Ms. Adams to me, as I state in my testimony.
Okay. You state on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 10 through 22, on to page 11, line 1, and I'll let you take a second to get there.
I'm there.
You say, or you testify, but they do not support the conclusion that DR programs and their associated costs must be excluded from the DSM/EE plan submitted and reviewed under Indiana Code Section 818.510. Correct?
Which line are you referring to? I'm sorry.
This is between page 10, lines 20 through 22, and page 11, line 1.
Yes, I do state they do not support the conclusion that DR programs and their associated costs must be excluded from the DSM/EE plan submitted and reviewed under Indiana Code 8-1-8.5-10, nor do the Commission's own rules.
Thank you. In Indiana Code Section 8-1-8.5-10, do the terms energy efficiency program and program include demand response programs?
No, because that specific section of the statute is EE specific.
Thank you. And on page 9 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 18 through 21, do you see that? Are you there in your testimony?
In there.
You state, critically, Section 10, and I believe you mean Section 10, Indiana Code Section 8-1-8.5-10, also defines program costs to include not only direct and indirect costs of EE programs and costs associated with EM and V, but also, and this is where you bolded it, other recoveries or incentives approved by the Commission. Do you see that?
I do.
And you go on to state, these provisions confirm the Commission's review of a plan under Section 10 encompasses program costs proposed within that plan, which is explicitly defined broadly enough to encompass DR, demand response. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
Is it your testimony that Indiana Code Section 8-1-8.5-10 defines the term program to exclude demand response, but defines program costs broad enough to include demand response costs?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Sure. Is it your testimony that Indiana Code Section 8.510 defines the term program to exclude demand response, which you confirmed a second ago, but defines program costs broadly enough to include demand response costs?
I'm sorry, I may have misstated. 8-1-8.59 is EE specific. And in 8-1-8.5-10K3, the term program in subsection K3 is defined to refer to EE programs.
So it doesn't include DR program costs.
8-1-8.510 does define a plan to include program costs, which is also defined to include other recoveries or incentives approved by the commission, which DR would fall within.
Correct. I understand the argument. What I'm asking is, if the term program does not include demand response does not include demand response programs, how do program costs include demand response program costs?
Because it allows for other recoveries or incentives approved by the commission. That's not excluding demand response program costs. It's not excluding any costs in general. It's not specifically saying that only EE costs can be included.
Do you think that was the legislature's intent in drafting this piece of legislation, drafting this statute?
Objection, Your Honors. Speculative.
Going to overrule that objection. It's a plain reading of the statute.
Can you please repeat that question?
Do you think it was the legislature's intent to define a program to exclude demand response, but define program costs to include costs for the programs that are not included in the term program?
I do. I do believe that that was intentional, because otherwise there wouldn't be an Indiana Administrative Code that does include demand response in reference to 8-1-8.510.
So it's your testimony that these are consistent definitions?
I'm not sure what definitions you're referring to.
Between program and program costs, your testimony is that those are consistent.
No, I've identified program to be energy efficiency. Program costs may include energy efficiency, but it could include other recoveries, which could encompass demand response.
If there's a conflict between the Indiana Code and the Indiana Administrative Code, which one controls?
I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Ms. Grusa, this line of questioning referencing your rebuttal testimony, pages 8, 9, 10, and on to the very top line of page 11. Were you responding to specific statutory language cited to by OUCC witness Ms. Peronish?
Yes, I was.
To your knowledge, is Ms. Peronish an attorney?
No, she's not.
Could you also please explain why DR programs are good for Indiana customers?
Yes, as I state on page 13 of my testimony, sorry, it begins on page 12 of my testimony at the bottom of the page. The benefits of DR, reduced peak demand and avoided capacity costs, accrue to the system as a whole. I further include on page 12, lines 4 through 7. In addition, reducing demand for energy during peak periods as provided by DR programs helps mitigate the need for new generation resources and associated infrastructure investments, which in turn helps moderate future rate increase for all customers.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the response here as it is untethered to the cross-examination questions beyond the use of the term demand response.
Your response?
Your Honor, yes, the witness was asked repeatedly about DR programs and their costs, and I'm simply inquiring as Ms. Crusoe's thoughts on why they're good for customers. I don't believe it's outside the scope of cross-examination because of that.
I'll allow this to go in.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. No further questions from the commission. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Go off the record.
No further witnesses from the petitioner.
Back on the record.
Sorry.
Great. We're back on the record. Anything further from petitioner?
Correct, Your Honor. Nothing further from the petitioners. No further witnesses for the petitioners. We have cross-examination for
Correct.
OUC City Witness Ms. Hanka, but no further petitioners' witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything further from citizen action?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. We call for Rupali Sanka to take the stand, please.
Thank you. Ms. Sanku, you've been sworn in today, so I'll remind you, you are still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sanka.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and position for the record?
Rupali Senka, a utility analyst at the OUCC.
You have before you what is labeled as Public Exhibit Number 3. Is
Yes.
this a copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would you provide the same response?
Yes.
Your Honor, the testimony has already been admitted, so I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Senka. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Apologies, I think I may have mispronounced that earlier, so my apologies to you.
All good.
I think I only have a few questions, but referring to section 4 of your testimony, which is page 6 at the bottom, is where it begins. You specifically reference 2 EM&V reports, one associated with the Small Business Energy Saver Program and another the Residential Energy Assessment Program. That reference is on page 8 for the second report. Is that correct?
Yes.
The report for the Business Energy Saver Program was presented to the Oversight Board on May 15th, 2024. Is that correct?
I can't recall at the top of my head.
Okay. You were present for that meeting, correct?
I can't recall at the top of my head as well.
Okay. I have the minutes from that meeting that may refresh your memory. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
May. Do you have copies for the other parties? Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Anka, please take a moment to read the minutes from the May 15th, 2024 Oversight Board meeting and let me know when you've had a minute to review that.
I've read them.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Anka, the report for the Business Energy Saver Program was presented to the Oversight Board on May 15th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And you attended that meeting, correct?
According to the attendees, my name is on there, so yes.
Do you recall at that time raising any concerns about the variability in cross-demand realization rates?
I can't recall.
And the OUCC voted to approve the Business Energy Saver Program report, correct? Sorry, excuse me. The OUCC voted to approve the Business Energy Saver Program report, correct?
According to the Oversight Board process, we did approve the report.
The report for the Residential Energy Assessment Program was presented to the Oversight Board March 20, 2025. Is that correct?
I can't recall.
And you attended that meeting, correct?
I can't recall at the top of my head.
I have the minutes from the March 20, 2025 meeting that may refresh your memory. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Counsel, are you offering these into evidence?
No, Your Honor. Not at this time.
Okay.
Ms. Alcon, please take a moment to read the minutes from the March 20th, 2025 Oversight Board meeting and let me know when you've had time to do that.
I've reviewed it.
Thank you. Permission to approach, Your Honor. The report for the Residential Energy Assessment Program was presented to the Oversight Board on March 20, 2025. Is that correct?
According to the meeting minutes, yes.
And you attended that meeting?
According to the meeting minutes, yes.
Do you recall at that time raising a concern about the weighted average of prior behavioral savings approach?
I do not recall at the top of my head.
And the OUCC voted to approve the Residential Energy Assessment Program report. Is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Sanka, does the fact that the OUCC voted to approve the reports prevent the OUCC from raising the issue of these reports in any subsequent proceeding?
No. At the time of the reports were given, we were looking at the EMNV reports in a retrospective manner. Now that this case has been filed, we view the EMNV results in its entirety in terms of the forward-looking basis to see if it's adequately supporting Duke's DSM plan for 2027 to 2029. Also, one of their reports, specifically the Residential Energy Assessment Report, relies on consumption analysis and data from a decade ago, 2016, as well as 2022. And this assumes that the consumption savings and engineering savings from both these years still apply today, which should not hold true, especially if you put into account the fact that the Small Business Energy Saver Program and also, like I said, the Residential Energy Assessment. The Residential Energy Assessment Program, the evaluation period was July 2021 to December 2022. The report was not completed until March 2025 and has now been filed with the IURC in 2025. Using outdated data, stale data, that's a decade old now, is not going to be useful in analyzing and projecting and applying them to future forward-looking basis for, and it's not adequate enough to support Duke's DSM plan for the next 3 years. Even though we may not have specifically mentioned comments or questions then, this should not stop us from making comments now when they're applied again to the Duke DSM plan for 2027 to 2029.
Your Honor, the petitioner would move to strike the last portion of that answer. The question was whether prior approval of reports prevents the OUCC from raising issues subsequently. Nothing about the results or the timing of those reports or any information within them.
Ms. Sanka was giving her opinion of these reports.
We're going to overrule the objection and permit this testimony. This is clearly to the substance of her responses on cross.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe the witness, Ms. Sanka, was reviewing notes. May I ask to see those notes?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. You may leave.
Thank
Go
you.
off the record. Ready to go back on? Go back on the record. Anything further from public?
Nothing further from the OUCC. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Hearing nothing further, my understanding is we'll have proposed orders from petitioner by May 8th. Is that accurate?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then proposed orders from the OUCC and Citizens Action Committee by June 2nd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And with a reply and response as needed by June 9th.
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing nothing further, we are adjourned.
Thank you.